Hello, hopefully you're all working. Double check some things here. If everything is working, then that's showing green, we'll go with it. So welcome back to part 3 of my build of the GT Omega Prime Cockpit. You can see where we've got to here. We've had some different problems that we've been facing, namely Hey Lincoln. So we've had some problems with our T-nuts in that some of them had cross-threaded. While I've been offline, I've managed to sort all of the rest of them and make sure they're pretty good. I did unfortunately find one T-nut that doesn't have a spring, but that's not too much of an issue. We've got some different bits to do. We're going to work on the uprights now. So, like everything else, they've been packed away nicely, separately bubble wrapped, which is all good. Stanley knife, we'll put that away nice and safe. So yeah, not only have we've got a bit of a race against time. I've been to see the nurse today and all sorts of things like that, so my leg is still on the mend. So I'm still going to see nurses like twice a week. Right, so these plates are going to hold those beams in place against the main frame. So we're going to attach one of these into this bit of aluminium extrude here. Make sure you do this right. Now this uses different screws in here. We have thus far been using screws that are like these types of bolts with that type of end. But we actually need to use countersink ones now. So we have a set of countersink screws, and we've got 4 bolts for each, which will go basically like that, and countersink in against there. Then this has countersinks this way, and that's going to go to the side of the rig. I'm going to do everything this way up so that it's easier for me. So we need 4 bolts in each of these. Just going to pop these in here like so. One. Move that roughly into position. We'll clear up the position a little bit more later. I think it needs to be further down. So I'm going to put it further down just to be in a sort of position. So I'll do the top bolts that are closest to me first, tighten those up, and then move the bottom bolts, T-nuts into place, and we'll do it that way. Right, now roughly way out of position there, and then we need these 2 more. Because this is the first one and these are basically set length, it doesn't matter whether top, bottom, that side or that side, But the next one, I will have to make sure that it's right. So there we go. There's our T-nuts in. So we have to make sure the plate is the right way around. There's one. And there's number two. I want to make sure it's all squared up. So if it's not square, perfectly straight, then it won't go up straight. And that's what we really need to be is set up so that it's going to be absolutely spot on square, so that when we get the uprights in position, we can move everything into position, make sure everything's squared up, bam, on the nose, as much as, you know, as close as we can. We're going to eyeball some things and measure other bits and kind of try and find where along there is going to be good for me positionally, because that's the variable here. Is you can place things where they're hopefully going to be good for you, and if it isn't, then, you know, later you'd have to undo things and adjust, and we want as little adjustment needed as possible. Right. But yeah, we're in a race against time though, because obviously there is Ham VR's thing tonight. If you're watching this back every Friday, over on Ham VR's channel, we have Assetto Corsa Competizione. We're in season 3 of his competition at the moment. So there will be an info card link going in there. You know, and also I should mention as well, we've already heard from a little from Lincoln. If you haven't checked out Lincoln's channel, go check out Lincoln Play VR. Who obviously also has this rig and has set his up already, and has got some other videos with some other bits like the Fnatic DD1, which he just received and is going through the adjustment period of. He was due to have the CSL DD like I've got as well, but there you go. Hello, how are you doing, Virtual Waypoint? Right, so let's get a couple of these in here first.
Still building, I see smile.
Yeah, still building. We've got to try and get there. So,
JDMAX, the
Cam Sync
says, you.
Hey JD, how you doing? So, yeah, we're a race against time.
Says, thanks for the mention, Salsa.
You're quite welcome, dude.
Says, sup JD.
Oh, different size. So I have different size of Allen key for this one. The Allen key in the baggie, or is it not? It isn't. Okay, let's be in the other baggie, but I don't want to undo that yet. I want my little thing of goodies. So put that down there. Up there for the moment, on top where it can't be scratched. And what we got? See, that one was a of that type. This is a H key. I think it's probably this one. No, it's too small. So that is going to be that one. Yeah. Right. So we're going to put these in here. Line that up with the Tina. Boom, boom. Try and line that up with the top as well. Just going to loosely do this for now. There we go. Move the Tina up into position a bit. Get my other bolt there. So that will basically keep this up there. Lower the bolt into position. And that's going to go in there. Lovely. Just loose for now. Like I say, I want to make sure this is all nicely firmed up and good before I tighten in a bit. I don't want to over tighten yet. I want to make sure because that's come up a bit. So this always happens a little bit sometimes when you're doing these things. You lose it a little bit and you want to just tap it gently. That's why we're just going to tighten bit by bit, because these bits really do need to be on the ball. Okay, get our other T-nuts into position. This is where this other hex screw is going to come into play nicely. It will help me line up my T-nuts. They're lined up. Grab another bolt from the baggie. These countersunk ones do look really nice bolts actually, and they're nicely coloured and all this lot, so make sure that we don't mess up any screws while we're doing this basically. Here it goes, nice, gentle. Make sure that we're still all just lined up. Don't want to fully ratchet that down yet. Make sure it keeps its thread nice. You don't want to go and wreck the threads in the T-nuts. Nobody likes a wrecked T-nut. Okay, tighten that up a little bit more. Tighten there. Cross tighten. All still lined up, so we're just you don't need to over tighten, you just need to clinch them down properly. Because if you do try to over tighten, you're just as likely to strip things out, and we don't want things stripped out. We want things to grip tightly so that they hold always, not strip out and mess everything up. So that's all lined up. Good, one bit. And that's basically going to go like that over on the rig there. And we'll get the bolts into place in a bit. We'll do the second one. They're both the same length, there's no variance there. One side front than the other. No damage, no nothing like that, so that's all good. Got that ready. How's your day going, JD? You doing well? Right. Here we go. Let's get our bolts into, our T-nuts into place. So we're going to have one that slips way down. Like I say, I'm going to slip this one down past the point where it's needed, so I can just slip it back up into place later. Good enough. Same with this one. Over the other side here. Something with T-nuts, sometimes when you're slipping them down with these sprung ones, you may end up moving it off of alignment. Don't worry too much about that, because it's easy enough to push it in, spring it in a bit, and fiddle it around a little. That's why sprung ones are good. But like we said before, these are with the leaf sprung rather than bull sprung. Bull sprung is definitely most people's preference when it comes to these, because they're just a little bit nicer to deal with.
Says, hey Lincoln.
Right, that's those two. We need two more near the top. Leave them quite near the top from the experience on that last one. That's our 4 T-nuts for this section. Need our first bolt. Again, you can't really go wrong on this because we know that this flat part of the plate is going flat against that part of metal. They're countersunk. They have countersunk inners, so it's really nice and simple like that. They'll plop in there and they'll just sit flush, so that on the outside of the so they sit flush against the inner part of the rig there, and then the outside of the rig likewise is countersunk, so you'll have a flush, nice flush finish with the plate. Now these plates with aluminium extrude, you have this a lot. The aluminium extrude itself is basically universal measurements. These plates are the bits that are custom. These are what you really are paying for. It's this that helps you with the build. Yeah? All the other bits are pretty much universal. You can use however. These plates are the bits that are custom made between the different manufacturers. Of course, they still have to line up universally because they're going on to something that has universal measurements. And that's why I say it's so adaptable, in that you can get certain bits from one company, or you could get certain bits from another company, and pretty much they're going to work. So let's put this first one in place. That pretty close. One. Second one.
JDMAX, the sim racing cat, says, coming along nicely. JDMAX, the sim racing cat, says, looks sleek.
It's getting there. It is definitely getting there. Wait till I add some RGB to it. No, I may do, I may not. I've got some other bits that I have ordered, like I say. I thought I'd differentiate mine as well a bit. Make sure this is all lined up. I don't want to cinch everything down too much, and then because sometimes you'll move things, you know.
Says, you're going from all to super rigid. You're gonna feel FFS behind you with that rig on.
Yeah.
JDMAX, the sim racing cat, says, FFB long.
You want to be careful when you're basically tightening these up to hold stuff, because if you're not careful and you just go, okay, I'll just tighten it straight away, you'll tighten it and you won't realise that you've moved it, because when you're moving it and cinching it down, you can sometimes knock it out, and we want to make sure that is definitely flush, so that we can make sure that we're getting everything square. Right, that's good. Move our T-nuts into position. I'm going to use this fella to help me. On. On. 2 bolts. Nice and easy with these bolts, Starner. Like I say, I want it to go in nice and correctly. No ripping any threads. Catching. Why is that not catching? There we go. Is that got it? There we go. Okay. Like I say, it's not fully cinched down yet. I'll make sure and get all 4 bolts in first before I try to cinch things down. Make sure everything is still square. Okay, that's all still perfectly square along there. Resting perfectly along there. Unfortunately, I don't have a T-square, otherwise later at some point I would just drop a T-square along here and make sure that it's absolutely, but I don't have a T-square. What I do have though, we can see in a bit, I do have a spirit level that we could use when it's on the rig to just absolutely make sure, yeah, look, that's as level as it gets. Right, we're going to start tightening these up again. Use the whole Sim Garage technique. Tighten a little, cross, tighten a little, tighten a little.
Great Tantrum says, what prompted you to go ahead and buy this rig?
What prompted me to do it, I've been eyeing an aluminium rig for ages. I wanted to get one straight away when I moved in, but when you've just moved in-house for the first time, you're not going to be absolutely sure of what costs you've got to cover, how much money is going to be left in the bank, what your running costs and everything else like that's going to be. So I opted for the cheaper option of upgrading to the rear seat frame with the I always forget the name of that other, my former collapsible frame, the not Alpha. I keep on thinking GT Omega, so I always think Alpha, but it's not Alpha. It's Apex. So I opted for the cheaper options there simply because of expediency of me wanting a full cockpit, but having something that could be expanded more cheaply was a better idea at the time. Why I've done it now is more a case of, right, I've upgraded a number of other pieces. This frame is not, ideal, but the time had passed when I've been here in the house and you've been down on lockdown and things like that. And the money that I've been saving that would normally be for going on a holiday abroad or something to get away, like I've been saving to go back to Japan again. And the present world circumstance that is in travel to Japan especially is still in full lockdown. So that money's sitting there and I'm not getting out to go to different places I want to or things like that. So we'll put it to the other use of something that I like. And this is something that I wanted and liked, so yeah. So it was like, yeah, it's time to get rid of the less rigid and get a more rigid frame that I wanted, while the price is pretty, is okay, and see how that does there. So it's a kind of a, I'm not spending that money somewhere else, I'm going to spend it on this. So there are budgetary concerns.
Racing cat says, good question.
Yeah, it was. Hopefully the answer for that was good enough for you, but it's also sort of appropriateness of for the job, it's sort of like a, right, when you look at the gear that I have now, well, the gear, it's how does it measure up? I know that the Apex, though it served me well, is not going to be a shot on something like this, whereas this type of thing, where it's really solidly built, is something that should last basically a lifetime. These types of rigs, these aluminium profile rigs, basically last a lifetime. You can add to them, they're so easy to add to in terms of what can be done. There's an almost infinite amount of possibilities. So it's really going to last the test of time. If I upgrade, if I feel that 8 Newton meters is not enough for me and I upgrade to a DD1 at 20 Newton meters or a DD2 at 25 Newton meters or a Simicube at 30 Newton meters or some other crazy direct drive that's even higher, this should handle it. So that's the other side of it. Right, we've got both of our things done there. That one's going to go on that side. This one is going to go over the other side. Got to figure out roughly where they're going to go. So let's figure this out.
It's modular by design, more sturdy and better build quality than what you used to have.
Yeah. It's getting that future proofing. Right. For anybody who hasn't seen before, this is our main drive. It's got quite a long neck there. in between here is basically going to be the main brace, and that's going to sit somewhere down here, and then the wheel is going to be on there. So we kind of got to line these up to roughly where we need it. Small thing, that drive, but it's quite a hefty lump of metal. So we've got to figure out how far along we're going to do this. When we end up there. Okay. First things first. Figure out where I want those. I want to roughly put the seat where I want it to be for me first. So I've got this kind of middle of the rail. So if somebody taller than me comes around, like my uncle, who is 6'8", he might need to come back a bit. I'm 6 foot.
Says, do you have plans for Gran Turismo 7 if it has full VR support? Meaning you'll have a wheelbase compatible to PS5.
I don't have plans as of yet because they haven't announced the compatibility. I still have my Logitech G29, which is obviously been modded, which will work on a PS5. So if I need to, I can use that. But if the time comes and they say Gran Turismo is going to have full VR, then I could always change the wheelbase out at some other point for a PS5 compatible, and hopefully they'll be doing the DD5s, the CSL DDs in a compatible state, or I will buy a complete set and then sell off something in parts of it, like the pedals, which I wouldn't need because I've already got a much higher set of pedals, and I may then go have the compatible DD drive and steering wheel, but I've decided not to put in for that yet because we haven't heard anything on it. Right, let's get into spec here. So let's try and find roughly where this is going to be. So I'm going to have my steering wheel roughly around here. So I know that if I have my steering wheel roughly around here, the plate is going to be a bit lower there. I don't want to hunch my shoulders too much. I want a natural driving position that suits me as much as I can. And we're going to be looking at somewhere around here. So I'm guessing a little bit more that way. I think that's probably about right. So I think somewhere around about there. Yeah. So we're going to eyeball that on both sides. Just eyeball it for now. And then we'll get the measuring tape and we'll do things more precisely once this is bolted in properly. See, there's enough clearance for me to get in and out. That's a good sign too. I had enough clearance for me to get in and out of the rig without an issue there as well. So what do I need? I need some of those, and four of these, and my screwdriver. Okay, move that plate way down there. Right, so first job's first. We've got our T-nuts. We're going to move them into position, so it's going to be top rail and the bottom rail. I'm just going to slide that in there like that. Okay, bottom rail. That. This one I'm not so concerned of, to move them out a little bit more as it happens, but we need the top one roughly in place first. We're going to get one bolt in, get the second bolt lined up and roughly in place there as well, and then we'll move on to the bottom ones. So I always want to make sure.
Says, is it your RS6, RS9 or the XLRS model?
This is the XL. Now, I didn't buy it with the chair, I already had the chair because I had got that separately, and then ordered the rig without a chair because I already had the chair.
Says, nice.
So there isn't a wastage there, it's straight up upgrades. Right, first one done. Over slightly. Second bolt. Step down an angle a bit there. That should hopefully.
Tantrum. Says, it looks like the pricing is not that much from each other. So, getting the XL makes sense.
Yes, for my size, definitely. Did I shoot the bolt a bit there? I think I overshot the bolt a bit. I can't see properly. Good. That's better. Go. There we go. Good. Okay. Do the bolt here on that side. Did I put one in the bottom on the other side? No, I didn't. Move that back this way a bit. Eyeball this in. Where's the next key? Throw the hex key over. Oh. I need a little bit of a flashlight to help me as well. It's a little bit dark to see down there. Flashlight, you do have this.
The Detective says, Tech. Great Tantrum says, their website doesn't seem to explain well what makes the RS6, RS9, or XL different from each other.
Sizes. RS6 is smaller than the RX9. The XL is bigger. Yeah.
Great Tantrum says, outside.
So think of it like uh, regular size 6, regular size 9, extra large. Yeah? That's how that's figured out.
Tantrum says, young.
The way that I would say it is I'm looking at it from the perspective of I know I'm quite big, I'm going to be in the seat for quite a long periods of time sometimes. So I want to make sure that it's comfy for me. If I get something like the RS6, I know that the wings of the lumbar support on the RS6 or the RS9 is a little bit more inward and not as wide a base, whereas this is a good bit more out at the shoulders and has a lower lumbar that is not as extreme.
Tantrum says, I was like, what's different? Ha ha ha, I see now.
Yeah. Right. Then we have. Did I put in another one down the bottom here, or did I leave that out? I cannot recall.
Dr. Oculus VR says, don't forget to show love to the like button.
Cheers, dude. Thanks for doing it for me. You had Dr. Ox.
Dr. Oculus VR says, also hey salsa.
Hey, dude, how you doing? And of course, since you're around, at any point, if you want to, don't forget to go check out Dr. Oculus. He's got a load of really good content on his channel as well. If I remember to, I'll go put
Dr. Oculus VR says,
a link up
man, that
there.
looks like some serious kit.
Yep.
Dr. Oculus VR says, good content, he like long. Great tantrum says, a DR Oculus VR I was getting for you. She wants that smile.
Yeah, once it's built as well, Doc, you'll have to pop by some point and give this a tryout with the CSLTD. This hasn't all been fully cinched up yet.
Great tantrum says, I was getting to it, not you, long. Dr. Oculus VR says, I'm on my way, I'll bring the cider.
Not right now. I've got this to do and a race to do, but certainly if you want to pop over at the weekend, you're welcome to. Right, now, like I said, things to note, I haven't fully cinched this in. I'm going to get rid of a little bit of this vertical wobble, but I've made so I can move that along a little bit as I need to, because we've got 2 bars and want to make sure they're both in good places. Right. Oh. It's going to make my nose run. The line. First two up the top. I know I'm hidden way behind here, but we don't have time to do multi-camera angles and all that business. So for now, I am the talking chair. I'm hidden behind the chair at the moment, aren't I? Oh yeah. Speaking of fun streams from last night, if you missed last night, you missed me getting whacked in the face with the butt of a cordless drill. So yeah, that was not fun. I think I have actually chipped a bit of a tooth, which is not good. But there you go. I totally eyeball it, or shall I get a mirror? Yeah, I'm doing this now. I'm just going to eyeball it. Right. Things we do for our hobbies. It's a bag of bolts somewhere. I did. I left the last four bolts. The last hollow bolts. There. Another four of these. Well, right. overshot that. We're doing say when you need to fiddle around with your T-nuts. Well, yeah, so I just want enough so that I can move it along if I have to. See how we do there. Oh, okay. Oh, those two parts in there. And where's my measuring tape? See if they've got them roughly around the right area. Before we try the next bit. tape. Where you gone? There it is. How you guys doing? I'm gonna have a drink of water. But yeah, so that's the uprights. Next part, I believe, is the actual base. So, from reading the instructions, it's we need 4 screws, 4 T-nuts, and we need the 8x20 mil M8s, which are the longer ones. Now, right back on the first video, if you recall, if you don't, then info will be up in there for the first video. There are 2 size of M8 bolts that come with this. So the first type, which is the majority of them, is this one, which is 16, I believe. Yes, 16. And then the ones that are in this bag are 20s. So we actually need 4 of these 20 size ones. It's not much of a difference, I know, but you can see possibly there is that bit of a difference. And that little bit of a difference, if you try to put this long one in a place where it doesn't belong, it's going to cinch down too early. And then similarly, you're not going to have as much purchase with this that you want later on with this one. And the reason for that is this is going into something where it's got a thinner bit of metal, in where we have things like angle brackets. This is going into the wheel deck, which is twice the thickness of the holes on the angle brackets. So therefore, needs that little extra bit of mil just to make the difference. So watch out for that, and that's why first thing we did, because all the bolts were together, is make sure and separate the bolts out. So we had one go into our little plasticky standby pot, and I kept the long ones in the bag. So there we go, we got that. We need those, and we need the plate. I need to change over screwdriver head again. So we're changing from that screwdriver head to other screwdriver head. I happen to have another one of these drives as well. I have been using that one down there. They're both ratchet types, and of course I've also at different points been using the power drill, but it's going to be really hard to do that with this point at this point. I think I'm going to switch these around though, because I think the normal handle is good. Where's that gone? I need that one. So, just in case I need to tighten these screws up, I'm going to go back to using that on there, and that on there. So yeah, I've got two different types of hex there, but both my drivers are a ratchet type. Love the sound that makes when it does that. It can be very handy, but obviously you can do that or lock it into place. That's a handy thing to do. This one, similar deal, is the same. Ratchet types, or you can lock it down. You don't have to use ratchet types, but I just tend to have ratchet types because they can save you a lot of time, especially if you're doing something into something that's solid and you need to use the ratchet and you don't have space to continually pull the screwdriver out or reposition it or whatever. Ratchets can save you so much time. Or effort at the very least, because I'm not that speedy. Oh God, 2 hours. 2 hours until the start line. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it, Ham. Right. We need this bit, so custom bit. Okay. Again, individually wrapped. Where's my knife? Safety first, standing knives. Make sure and put the blade away when you're not using it. They are awfully sharp. You don't want to be nicking yourself with one of those. More tape on there that I didn't see. Anywhere else on the ends? Okay. Also, wherever possible, try to use blades away from you if you can as well sometimes, because I know it's not always possible, but or easier than motion, but when you can do, oh, that's nice. A good solid bit of metal there. There we go.
Just joined. Looking better, mate. You mastered the seat then.
Yeah, kind of. Right, so this is the actual wheel deck. As you can see, there's a load of pre-drilled holes there. We have some different slots there. It's a nice bit of thing there. You can see the weld on there.
Heavy D77 says, not long until lights out. Better hurry up.
I know. I was just saying about that. You missed that bit, obviously. I was saying, I don't know if I'm going to make it. Right. Right, what do we need? We need the longer screws times 4 and that. And which way round does it go? I think the straight edge is, the fully straight edge is towards me. Yes. Fully straight edge is towards me.
Kevy D77 says, yeah, I miss it. Been in bed sweating. Ha ha. COVID booster yesterday has destroyed me.
Oh, dude. Okay. Sorry to hear that. My first one was alrightish. My second one was a little bit there. I've got to go for my third boosters. Well, I'm going to go for my third booster soon. Right. So it's going to be that way. We've got a screwdriver,
D77 says,
bolts.
racing though. Can't keep per Yorkshiremen down.
I want to measure. And I want spirit level. What distance have we got here? Yeah, measure from to. Close. Wow. It was about 5 mil out on the other side from eyeballing it. I think that was pretty good. about 5 mil out. Right. Good. Need some B slot. What they say is we have used the middle one for the top bolt, and we use the inner one for the bottom bolt. That's going to give you a much higher curve amount than you can have there. Of course, if you only want to try and slip and slide it at a shallow angle, then you could use the outside. But I guess because the majority of the weight is actually going to be from the middle to that way, that's why you want the bolt to be from the middle bolt and the other bolt, and you could always add a third in if you really needed it. The other thing, of course, here to check is lovely jubbly, just slides in nice and neat, just like that. Good job. Teammates. 1, 2. Just put one in reasonably high. Now, I want to watch what I'm doing with this. I don't want the T-nut to just go slipping straight down. I want to make sure that it's sprung properly. So if you let the T-nut go all the way down, you're going to have a job fishing it out. Yeah? Though you could push it all the way down through and past, but I'd recommend against that happening. Continue, but that's the nature of using the mic that's in the camera. Okay. What's the baggie with those? There's the baggie with those. This side, and this lower bit. seconds to go. You lie. What time is it? Hey, I haven't been on for 2 hours yet. Hey Google, what's the time?
It's 6:36 p.m.
See, 6:36 p.m. We've got 2 hours. Two hours.
Aerox says you've got 2 hours still.
There we go, see. Right. A long box. Want to finger tighten this in. Well, soon. Move that into place a bit and tighten these bits in. Wrong way. Oops. Had it upside down and I put the flat edge towards me. It should have been the other way. Oops. Having a bit of trouble closing the hole there. Easy as I can do. So now I'm going to need to know which side of is the right baggie. screws in there. Basically, I need to maneuver the shaft into roughly the right area of where it's going to be. So I actually want the shaft to be more level onto me. It's going to be there. It's going to be roughly, hopefully about there. So, I think it's about there. Whoa. Close, that's pretty damn close. This side coming up somewhat. Something like whatever. But they didn't say anything about washers in the plans, so I haven't. No, no mention of washers. Right. I need to actually mount the wheelbase and wheel to see if that's actually in roughly the position that I actually want it. If we do that, and it is roughly in the place we want it, then it's huzzah! I'm going to show you a little trick as well with the CSLD and profile. Alright. these to the side. Well, so there they are. Oh, I'm uncertain of where I have left certain bolts. I put them somewhere in a bag to keep them safe. Ah, no, I didn't. I put them on this tray. Now, here's the thing. The wheel based came with its own T-nuts, non-sprung T-nuts.
Dr. Oculus VR says, I went for food. Have you done anything new?
We've got the wheelbase there. You can see I've been leveling off. We're about to mount the wheelbase to see if it's going to be in roughly the right place and adjust it so that we get it to kind of where I want it. And I'm just going to show you a bit of a trick. Now, one of the things to note when you get a CSL Elite, it does come with T-bolts, but they don't give you any nuts because they assume that you will have nuts yourself. So, yay! Now, I don't know if perchance GT Omega may have been kind and picked up on something like that, but I doubt it. Fnatic are typical about doing stuff like that. It's like, look, just put in an extra.
Says,
Yeah. So, when you get a DD, if you get a CSL DD, they will come with the T-nuts for mounting the DD, but it won't come with the bolts for the T-nuts. Which, if you ask me, is nuts. The reason they will probably state that they don't provide them will be, oh, well, what happens if your mounting plate is extra thick? Then we won't have you covered for the bolts.
so Nadine's nuts.
Nadine nuts. Yeah. So that's a bit unfortunate. And they don't tell you as well. No. They haven't said anything about the nuts. But, you know, generally speaking, I would have thought most things would have had one size or the other, and I'm assuming that I may either need the longer ones or the shorter ones. I don't know. Cause done that bit. Those M16, M16s. 16. Those will be, that'll be in 20s. That's times 2. I've only got 2 of those left. So, yeah, I'm going to be using my own nuts. No, my own bolts. Not my own nuts, my own bolts. But the the CSL doesn't come with those. It would have been nice if we had a couple of extras. Just for the mounting of things. I don't believe they supply extras.
Dr. Oculus VR says, but not Jesus enough.
Or do they? I think they have. Ooh. They may have provided some extras for us in here. And some washers. That might be nice, wouldn't it? Or, no, that's for the, actually, that's going to be for the mounting plate, for the foot mount plate. Those would be for the foot mount plate, I think. Yeah, I think the stuff in the baggie is meant for the foot mount plate. But I'm going to show you a little trick. Because, handily, these T-nuts that the DD come with are not sprung. Now you may be going, hang on a second, but didn't you say that it's really good having all the sprung T-nuts? Well, in the case of the DD, it's not. Number one, you'd be scratching along the motor and that, but you can do another trick here. Because we know there's set width holes, i.e. on the bottom here, you're going to have one in here, one in there, and one in there. So what we're going to do is, we're actually going to do the nuts up on the rig, but not fully, and leave enough space for us to push up and put the nuts in and slide the DD into place. And then that way, not an issue. So that is why we're glad that these ones are not sprung, because if they were sprung, it would make it difficult to do that. So yay to the unsprung nuts, which are the unsung hero in this case. But not yay to the fact that Fanatec does not include some bolts to go with the nuts for some different cases of profiles and things like that. Because honestly, I would say you would need a maximum of like 6 odd nuts or something like that to cover the sizes. Though you could say, oh, somebody could side mount it or they could bottom mount it. In which case you could say, right, you got 3 nuts of one size and the other side mounts, again, the side mounts could have a maximum of 3 nuts. So 2 sizes of nuts include basically 2 sizes of nuts, bolts, at say, you know, 3 of each, 6 of each. It's not that many. And then that should have everybody covered. But no, that's not what's happened. But regardless, I'm using that and that and that and that. So let's undo these ones. Should be 1 volt here dead in the middle and 1 volt here and here. Or is it there and there? Let's measure it up and see. Yep. Right. That is loosely to install. It's going to be too short of a bolt. First one, I'm going to do this way. So I only need this as a guide. So I'll just use the 1 volt for the moment. That's going to be bolted in there. See the rough kind of part for Actually, it's pretty good. Remember? Was natural. Yeah, yeah. Low shoulder. So I'm happy where the shelf is. Happy where these are. I can tighten that down, bottom down, that down, that down. I want it flat anyway. Tighten these in. Then we're onto the pedal plate. Progress. See, keep these over there. I can keep that on there for now, because that doesn't matter. But I do want a bit of a longer M8 bolt. If I have a longer M8 bolt left over at some point or from somewhere else, something else, I will use it. But I don't think I do, unfortunately. But say, because it would be nice to have a longer M8 bolt in the front bolt there, just to make sure and cinch that on good and tight. Screwdriver and
Heavy B77
one there.
says, I feel like you're gonna make it tonight, mate.
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty worn from this experience. To do this, then go straight through to a race. Oh, I'm yeah. We'll see how we do. Because I don't want to lose points. Not that I'm competitive at all. I'm totally not.
77 says, pedal plate, just wang it on, dude. Hee hee.
Yeah, no wanging it on there. Just We want to make sure everything is good and done right. So that's that tightened up a good bit. Try to over tighten bolts, especially hex screw bolts. Because if you do, you'll strip them and you'll strip the threads and you'll strip the bolt itself. Just make sure it's tight by hand, but not so that you're trying to crank it. This is why ratchet screwdrivers are very handy as well. When you're doing something from different angles, if you have the ratchet on and you can't remember which way round you're actually screwing, the ratchet will help you. Because at any point, if you don't feel the ratchet, then you know you're doing it wrong. Its top bits are quite sharp. I'm going to say this now and just say there is a little bit of sharpness on the edge here. So basically, beware. I might put the end caps on already onto those, so I can just see myself leaning over with doing the pedal plate and catching my head or something stupid like that. So I might put the plastic top on top of those just to make sure that I don't catch any sharp edge point on there. Just for a bit of an example, let's see how solid this thing. That is just, that is like, oh my god. If anybody's seen me recently with my old rig, I shook it about like that pretty easily. I'll try and put a link to the video for that. It'll be, again, if I can find it up there somewhere. Yeah, if you see how much I shook my old rig, and now this I can't move that. That is dead solid. That is absolutely rigid. That is no play in that whatsoever. This, this is going to be good. I feel like I need to take a short break. We might do a be right back break because I'm like, whew, wow. So I may leave you momentarily. May leave you momentarily. Let's see. If I was to leave momentarily and come back, we're going to do that, I think.
Kevy D77 says, cool, I'm gonna grab a brew and some chocolate.
Good, good. Hey Google, set the scene to Cyber Tokyo.
Sure, activating 2 scenes.
You don't know what to do, but right. I'm going to take a quick break, quick breath of fresh air. I'm going to leave the stream running because why not? It's a big long stream. We can do that. I'll be back shortly, where we will be constructing not the sidebar because I don't need the gear shifter on at the moment. The pedal plate because we're not using a manual car today. We're using a fully automated, fully automatic GT 3. So I don't need to have my shifters mounted yet. So I'm not going to need the side mount on here just yet. So we're going to mount the pedal plate first, and then that way I've got more of a chance of making it than not. Good. We have a plan. And as I said just before leaving, I'm worried about me accidentally, when we put the pedal plate on, doing something silly and banging my head or something stupid like that on the end of one of those caps. So I'm going to have a 2-directional couple of minutes because the toilets are that way, and then everything else is that way. That's a little flexi. Is that the right one? I think those are. No, come on, else. Ah, right. Turn on the stairwell light. Okay, we're back. Hi. I hope you didn't get too scared, Kev. Alright. Let's get the last bit done at the moment for now, which is going to be the pedal plate. Just over there. I'll do the sidebar and something else like that properly tomorrow. Because we need to get ready to race. And we've only got an hour left. And I don't think I will have enough time to do the sidebar and the pedal plate. So we're going to do the sidebar at another time and mount the gear shifters and stuff like that later, because I don't need a manual gear shifter to play a set of Corsa Competizione. So I'm just going to put in what I need. Okay, so what do I need? I need to find all the right bits. Page are we on? First things first is these end thingies. They're going to go onto there. We need the regular screws. We need some T-nuts, of course. We've got the screwdrivers already over there. So, parts. I'm not sure which. So up here, so flat heavy bit that's for the side mount. This I think are for pedal plate. See, we'll open this up. Stuck with sticky stuff. One bit. There's another bit. Go that way round. So these grooves are going to be on the inner part. Bolts. T-nuts are down there already. We do this bit, then we'll get the actual pedal plate. 16. All 16 sizes we need for those. 16, 16, 16, 16. 16. And that's going to be nuts and bolts. Grippies. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Okay. Let's go. Welcome back from the break. Hope you enjoyed your break. If you had a little break as well. If not, you was watching Chair and all the pretty lights, which I think I can turn those off now. Hey Google, turn off the lights in the VR space. Right. Using that. For the moment, line that up. But those two end bits on. Ah, quick. Right. Now then, those in place. Need basically now then the pedal plate. I don't know if you can see there. So pedal plate need T-nuts in the top rail, 2 of, and then we're going to need 2 of the 8x16 at 8mm and the bolts, self-tightening bolts. Now those aren't out yet. They will be in this bag here, I think. Bring in new washers. Apparently we don't. I think they have, yeah, they've kind of highlighted which ones are the right ones there for that. So I think it's these two. They're kindly screwed in together. And we'll fish those out of there ready. And then we get the pedal plate out. Now I know the pedal plate with this set has been talked of before, and I don't know if it will or won't be enough for the job. We'll see. We'll go with it. And of course, like I say, because this is aluminium extrude and it's very similar to other builds, if the pedal plate proves to be too flexible or something for what I want, we can always look at replacing the pedal plate with the pedal plate from another manufacturer. But we'll see how GT Omega's done, and hopefully it'll be sturdy enough for me and I'll be happy with it. Otherwise, we'll go, okay, there's a possible upgrade, and we'll look to upgrading it. Like, you know, I am thinking that it may be at some point a good idea to upgrade it. Just if people come around, then I can pop a pedal plate on the slider and stuff like that, and make it easier to adjust the whole rig. And it'll be easier for moving forwards and backwards for different steering wheels and such like that. Because sometimes you'll have a steering wheel which is more forwards and back, and you can adjust the chair, but then your pedals will be at a different point where you kind of want to adjust the pedals a little. So I may do that in the future, but for now we're just going with stock and seeing what it's like. One and two, there they are. So these two already come like that. That's going to hold the pedal plate part on there. Right. Still cutting this rather fine, aren't I? Whew. Bolts. Two nuts over there. Hardware is still over there. Those are on. Okay. Put that on the thing. Third from the top. I'm going to go with what they've done in there. So they've gone top round and third from the top. And how close to the end are these? They really have lined that up pretty much. Yeah, right on the end. Okay. We will do as they say. We will absolutely do as they say. Right, let's do this. Oh, quite empty though. It's not an insubstantial bit of metal, this. Still weighs a good bit. I'll put those two up there. Still a good fair weight. I think just they've put that right at the end. I'm going to do the same. Same there. I'm going to tighten those up. Same here. Okay. Need here. And that way. Do it upside down so that I can see where the bolt's going to be. Where you could do with the second pair of hands. Be challenged. Oh, God. Come on.
Dima Moiseyev says, Rock Tech.
Rock tech. I guess. Oh, rock solid tech. Okay. Welcome, by the way. Hello. Yeah, they'll like tighten that all the way. Oh, there we go. Nice. Up some stairs. That's going to go down that way. We're going to try use, say, the third hole there. It's going to give us some slippage backwards and forwards. I can't recall whether they said to have the nuts or the bolts on the inside or the outside. For maintenance, I would probably want the scrapey bolts on the outside and the normal bit to be on the inner part. We'll have a look. No, of course they said the other way round. Right. Scrapey parts, I suppose. We shall do as they say. We're going to use the third from the top like they have. I'm guessing that's probably an average, which will hopefully come along nicely. See, so, yep. Okay. Just there's a couple of longer holes on here. There's also longer holes on the side. The front part there is just circular holes. So the T-nuts are in with the circular holes, and then you've got loads of room to adjust backwards and forwards, up and down. So varying heights, varying amounts of movements backwards and forwards should be pretty easy to adjust. We've also got different holes here, varying widths and lengths across the entire thing, and they're long slots, so you should be able to move your pedals forwards or backwards with reasonable ease. I'm going to see which way we're going with that as well. I'm going to try and get the V3s mounted onto here, and we will do that with hopefully as minimal fuss as possible. See, so I'm going to slide a bolt through there. Just peel it out with the grip nut. Finger tighten. Well, I'm going to keep it loose for the moment. Where's the other one? There it is. There we go. Third slider along. find out why they cross over. Use for now. Oh, let's see. Let's see where my feet rest on here, and we'll get an idea of the angle of this, and roughly then where my pedals might be, whether I feel this needs to move that way, or if it should be further back, or if I want it higher up or lower down, or what. I'm going to say that's probably going to be a good angle. It looks it from here. You've also got the V3s are quite flat as it is, and they have a quite a back angle to them as well. So let's see. That could be a happy medium. I think so. We'll have to see when the extra pedal. That's going to have a little bit of extra height, so that might actually want to be one down and a little bit more, because I don't want to have to be too strained. I think I might actually put that. So then I'm going to have a greater angle to get back. Don't know. See. Right. Getting there. Here's the club support V3s. They're going to sit on here somewhere. Let's find out. Yeah, that's going to line up roughly there. Line that bit there and there. Drop a couple of bolts in here to stop it moving for the moment. So let's fill that out roughly. I want that a little bit more towards me. Down the end of that, and that's right down the end of that. I want that to be a bit further that way. So I want it that way a bit more. Not too much. Reckon. Right. Just slide that a little bit more. That a little bit. I just want this to go that way, just a fraction more, please. Why don't you want to go? That way, you might go the other way. Why? Go. Inversely. Third slot again. And it felt briefly right. And the distance. Hopefully be good as well. I think. Yeah. Oh, that should be pretty good, I think. Yep. Yes. We have a winner. On to a winner. Definitely. So, those. Wait, wait. Nearly there, folks. Nearly. So close. See, what do I need? Need that screwdriver and these. Those bolts. So, put that in. So there. One as well. Buttoned in there. I need bolts and stuff to bolt the pedals down into place. Also, tighten these ones. What size is this? That size is good. Put that in there, so it doesn't rattle loose. Got to remember vibrations go through frames like nobody's business, so reasonably tight but not so tight that you strip anything, but heart's tight enough that it's going to hold on when everything's got a little bit of vibration going through it. Vibration not being the same as the rest of the solidness, which this is really solid, has to be said. Okay, that's good. Now just need some nuts, bolts and washers to hold the pedals in place. Now, this is the thing they don't tell you is any of those bolts and washers, none of those washers or bolts need for any of that, apart from those domed ones with the screws. So I guess I am free to use all of the rest of the additional bolts and washers that they've provided in here. Huzzah! That's very good. I don't need to worry about that. Yay!
Lincoln PDR says, curtain goes up soon. Are you going to make it?
I'm cutting it fine, but we're almost there. I'm just bolting in the pedals. What do you reckon? Did you use the nuts and bolts from the bag that came with to put your pedals on there as well? Well, so I can't see anywhere else that requires washers. They do provide you with a good few washers. The big slots. Same size. I think they've actually given you bolts for the pedals as well. So that's good. They've given you bolts and washers for the pedals. So that's very good because Fanatec never give those. So pleased about that. Means I think I'm free. Use any of these flatheads. Yeah, they've got countersunk, dome heads, countersinks. Anywhere else where dome heads should be used? I think I'm free to use all the flatheads for anything else that I like. Lovely. That's very good. Well done, GT Omega. That's a good step. Seems to me. The longer. There's another one. One more of the longer ones, not the shorter ones. Shorter. They do lots of the shorter ones. Longer one. 4 of those. 4 washers. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oops. It should be 8 washers in total. Should want on the top and on the bottom of that. Yeah. Because that's going to cinch. That's going to cinch. Those going to hold. Oh. Into there. Don't know if I'll make the first race. I might make the main race. It's cutting it too fine for the first race. Way too fine. Right. What goes? The top. That. There we go.
77 says, I'm sat waiting for the server to go up.
Yeah, I'm just on the the pedals, mate. So I'm not going to make the first race, but I may make the main race. Possibly. But wow. Oh. Almost there with the rig though. Almost there.
Kevy D77 says, yes, boy.
I don't want to lose too many points to you, you know. We want to keep it interesting this season. We want to make sure there's as smaller numbers between us right up until the end. That's what we want to do, isn't it?
Says, I'm slipping nicely down the table, mate. I won't be in P2 after tonight.
Yeah, I'm currently in fourth, aren't I? But I don't know how big a gap it is to the top though. Alright, let's see. What size? That's way too big. I need smaller. Smaller still. What spanner's gone? Where's the spanner's gone? I've got another set over there, I know, but handy. Oh, did I bring them both up here? Or not? No. The spanner, got the other bolts for that there. Plate. On them. One, two, it's the same size as that. But I've got slippery feet on the bottom, so I don't need to. There are, see the white pads, the light octagon pads? They're slippy feet, so it'll just move nice and easy. Thought of that. So I've got a bit dizzy here. Definitely don't think I'm making it for the first race. I need a bit of a breather. Lines are on there pretty good. Over from that one. Heavens are wrong. got two of these. Crosshead on the front one. So the okay. Well, just need well, um, find out what the real best depth is for. Sorry, I need to find out the actual best depth for screws for these are going to be, because the ones that I've got here are too shallow for my liking. some longer, need some longer bolts. Well, they're not going to cut it. Bolts definitely cut it. Need some longer bolts. These ones there, don't get these ones. Those. Yeah. Too short as well. Yeah. Too long. I need two more bolts. This is what I'm saying about Fnatic didn't give bolts with the T-nuts for the CSLDD because they assume that you will have bolts of appropriate length. And I don't. That's really annoying. I'll have to use some of these for now and then go buy some more bolts tomorrow to make sure that's actually held on properly. So at the moment, I'm thinking it's looking rather grim for me to get into the next one.
Says, still going, looking good.
Yeah, but not good enough because I should be in the race now, but I'm not, and I've got bolt problems. Enough bolts. Those too small. Aha! Use the washers though on those. So I'm going to have to get some M6. M8 one there. Unsprung M8. We get some other T nuts that are M8 unsprung, I think. Is that's just not quite up to the job. The M8 I don't really use that M8 one. Lost sprung part. That's okay. Test out if it fit through the channel properly. But it should do. It's all team up. Cat. Yes, it will. We've got one unsprung M8 that came with it. That came with the set, so I'm going to use that unsprung M8 and those. I want this to be solid on here. Some better. I want that gone. Close down now. Oh, silly bugger. Two of those. There it is. Right. What? The longer and the screws. 2 mil longer, is it? No, 4 mil longer. in. Oh. Okay. Now then, just need to tighten those up. The drone is on. There we go. New anti. Then we need to wire some of this up. We're nearly there. We've got a complete other mess to deal with tomorrow and later, but we're nearly there. Right. This isn't going to be elegant or pretty, but so we got wire for the pedals, which at some point I would want to route around down through somewhere and through somewhere else. That's what. Tell me which side is what for the Club V3. Does it go on the same side as the USB or the opposite side of the USB? Well, V3 because I can't remember which side it plugs in. See. I need to clear some stuff out of the way as well. Wow. Down, 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 please. Why is it going? Such things have been plugged. You can plug it's port. Which thing is it? The one that's on the USB side, or is it the one that's on the opposite side? Why don't they just tell you that straight away? Where is it? Here somewhere. What? I'm on the manual for the Club Sport V3s, and it doesn't tell me which side I need to plug the RJ44 cable into. Does it plug into the same side as the USB port, or is it the opposite side? I'm thinking it's the same side as the USB port, because I reckon that's the output. And a quick guide. Probably in the quick guide, and they're not included in the manual. Planning, assembly, 11, 12. Each 11, 12. Chocolate. I don't know which bloody one fault it is because there's two of them and I can't see any markings on it. Okay, where is it? Yeah, USB. Right, wheel direct handbrake. Right, thank you. There it is. Oh, I swear, sometimes some manuals are not that great. I can see, I just totally missed it because he didn't have a photo, and I thought they'd have a photo, but they didn't. But my instinct was right. It is on the same side as the USB, so that's fine. Right. Out that way. Okay. Which means this comes around there, and that is there. Lovely. Oh, we need to move some other bits out of the way. We'll shift stuff out of the way for now. Oh, wow. Uh, one longer screw, or that with those, but not really those. Oh, Allen key I don't want to lose. And handy like to have. It's there. Now then, almost fully up and ready. I've just got a couple of bits to do, but like putting that plate beep 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 was my Logitech shifters just connection. So I've just got to put this plate onto the brake, the pedals. So we've got 3 screws for that. That's not. Yes, that's almost like the sound of the finishing gong. And we're almost there. By Jove, he's almost got it. Well, there's a bit more to do, which we'll do tomorrow and stuff with shifters. Um, USB. Extended power supply that is the bigger 8 Newton meter version, of course. Those. Okay. Then USB cable, USB-C, you will note, which is cool. Doesn't matter which way up that is. Excellent. Move that away for now though. Okay. Yeah. That's just for the completeness of this, so that this looks a little bit more legit. It's the GT Omega cockpit basic form. Haven't got a side rail on here yet, so I may do that bit in another video so you've got the complete thing. But the important factor is there any play in that at all? No. The play that's in this is the play of the steering wheel. Wow. I really do want to change that from the plastic to the metal. That is so... Oh my god. Finally get what Sim Garage was on about the amount of play in the back of this. So, yeah, wow. Feel on the plate. Major flex in the pedal plate, so that looks pretty good. Need to record it to try out, but yeah, that's all good. Thank you everybody for watching, bearing with me over the hours. If you've popped in and just all the different time spent, the trials, the tribulations, the good bits, the bad bits, and everything else in between. I'm going to sign off for now, grab a bit of a break, go over to Ham VR on his servers and try this out. But I need a bit of a break. So I don't know if I'm going to be in the points or not, but thank you all for watching. I'll continue on, and at some point there will be a video put out of me driving with this, obviously, and what I think after building. Obviously, like I say, I haven't had the most straightforward of time on the build, but it's solid. As a rock. Yeah. So ciao for now. See you later. And yeah, we'll get the other bits built and the other additions, and we'll show you those, and we'll give you proper first impressions once I've got it fully complete, because we want to show you obviously with the manual gearbox and everything else. And but yeah, great. Bye for now. Videos to like, subscribe, and all the other business. Don't forget to visit Ham VR and sign up for the championships yourselves. Right, bye now. Bye bye.